Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before the event begins, we would like to tell you the conference etiquettes.
First, participants keep their mics muted during the event. Second, participants can turn on the cameras during the event.
And for the third one is, customize the display name in Zoom with the format. For speakers, the format are S_name, and for the moderator are MO_name.
For the steering committee, SC_name, and for the organizing committee, OC_name. Allow us to repeat the conference etiquettes.
We would like to tell you the conference etiquettes.
First, participants keep their mics muted during the event. Second, participants can turn on the cameras during the event.
And for the third one is, customize the display name in Zoom with the format. For speakers are S_name, and for the moderator are MO_name.
For the steering committee, SC_name, and for the organizing committee, OC_name. We do hope all of our guest participants will follow today's conference etiquettes for the sake of today's event to run smoothly. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Arif Syamsulaksan Kartasasmita.
The Honorable the Head of International Office, Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Roni, Ph.D.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Sarifah Nurjana.
The Honorable the Head of Research Center Biomaterial BRIN, Dr. Akbar Hanif Dawan.
The Honorable the Head of Research Collaboration Center, Biomass and Biorefinery, Dr. Efri Mardawati.
The Honorable the Head of Safe Network Asia Pacific, Professor Dr. Nofizar Nazir.
The Honorable International and National Invited Speaker and Moderator of the Second Virtual Mobility Program 2022.
All sponsors, all committee, and distinguished participants, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Live from Bandung, Jatinangor, Indonesia, here we are welcoming you to
the Second Virtual Mobility Program 2022.
My name is Naila.
And I am Huda.
We'll be the master of ceremony of this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us first to explain the main topic for today's event. The Second Virtual Mobility Program is a joint online program organized by Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, National Research and Innovation Agency, Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, and Secure Access for Everyone Network. This mobility programs adopts the big theme, utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials.
We invited researchers, academics from outside and within the country who are competent in their field as invited speakers. Researchers, academics, and students from inside and outside country are welcome to attend the presenters and audience members. The Second Virtual Mobility Program 2022 is in collaboration with Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran,
Research Center Biomaterial BRIN,
Research Collaboration Center Biomass Biorefinery,
Safe Network Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Hymne Unpad. Please sit properly.
Universitas kita Padjadjaran tempat bernaung insan abdi masyarakat pembina nusa bangsa Padjadjaran lambang suci alma mater yang tercinta tempat ilmu dan cita alma materku tercinta.
Then, opening speech from the committee chairman, Dr. Sofia Rahimah. The time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Arif Kartasasmita, the Head of International Affairs, Universitas Padjadjaran, Roni Lesmana, Ph.D., Dean of Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Sarifah Nurjana, the Head of Research Center Biomaterial, BRIN, Dr. Akbar Hanif Dawam, the Head of Research Collaboration, Center Biomass and Biorefinery, Dr. Efri Mardawati, the Head of Safe Network Asia Pacific, Professor Dr. Nofizar Nazir, the Honorable International and National Invited Speaker, Moderators, all sponsors, our committee, and distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To initiate my words, let's always give thanks to Allah Almighty because the blessings overflow of His grace we can gather at this very event. Secondly, salawat and salam let's dedicate to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Hopefully we can get his aid in the future. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. The second virtual mobility program is a joint program organized by Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, and also Safe Network. We invited speakers and researchers, students from all over Indonesia, and also from our international partners. In this year, we bring the theme of utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials. And this event will be held from today, 12 December until 15 December 2022. We have here with us 122 registered participants from all over Indonesia and also from our partner overseas, such as Malaysia, Japan, and Pakistan. We hope we can share our knowledge, experience in this event, and as well as broaden our network. And so I hope we can enjoy our nice meeting, and hopefully on the third mobility program, we can see each other face to face and enjoy directly beautiful Bandung and Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sofia, for delivering your opening speech, and thank you for being here with us today. Next, there will be a welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, Dr. Sarifah Nurjana. The time and screen is yours.
Thank you. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Arif Kartasasmita, the Head of International Affairs, Dr. Roni Lesmana, the Head of Biomaterial Research Center, National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Akbar Hanif Dawang, the Head of Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, Dr. Efri Madalwati, the Head of SAFE Asia Pacific Network, Professor Novizar Nazir, all of the international and national invited speakers, all of the lecturer, student, sponsor, and distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me and this opportunity to welcome all of the program participants by first praying our grateful and praise to Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercy that have made us possible to gather here in this virtual room in excellent condition and health. First of all, let me extend our deepest thanks and gratitude to all who have with virtual mobility, especially for the holder of this program that are our faculty, Agro-Industrial Technology, Biomaterial Research Center, National Research and Innovation Agency, Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, and Secure Access for Everyone Network. In accordance with the vision of Universitas Padjadjaran, that is to become a world-class university, this second virtual mobility program is among our many efforts to make the vision come true. This is part of our concerns on contribution on science and technology, especially for utilization of biomass. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution to international engagement in near future. To all of our speakers, participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the program. So, respectable speaker and all participants, officially I open this second virtual mobility program with grace of Almighty God and wish you all successful deliberation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Speech, Dr. Sarifah, and thank you for being here today.
Next is a welcoming speech from the Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Arif Syamsulaksan Kartasasmita. The time and screen is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Head of Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts and Head of Research Center for Limnology, National Research and Innovation Agency, and also the Dean of the Faculty of Agro-Technology, Industrial Technology, Ibu Sarifah, and also the Head of Collaboration Research Center for Biomass and Biorefinery Unpad, Dr. Efri, Ex-Chairman SAFE, the Chair of Organization Committee, and all speakers, professors, staff, students, and all participants. First of all, of course, let us praise Almighty God, Allah SWT, because His blessing we are able to attend today's event, the second virtual mobility program today. It's also my great pleasure to be a part of the second mobility virtual program. And at this moment, again, as the Dean said, I would like to also welcome you to Universitas Padjadjaran. It is my great honor for me to speak here in this morning and hoping you will feel our available atmosphere and hospitality, although this event is delivered online. Ladies and gentlemen, today we begin with our event with the theme Utilization of Biomass towards Sustainable Food, Energy, and Biomaterial. This theme was chosen since biomass utilization play a key role in reducing carbon dioxide emission from fossil fuel consumption, and biomass utilization system are gaining the attention of governments, researchers, and also companies. I delighted to perceive that this activity is organized by the Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, UNPAD, in collaboration with the Collaboration Research Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, UNPAD BRIN, and this confers the UNPAD mission in fostering strong collaboration within stakeholders to achieve our vision, to achieve a globally renowned university with social impact. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that preparing human resources and innovation are the universities to serve the community. Therefore, we constantly develop our way to conduct the education and research process to produce its best results. For UNPAD, our university, I also believe this event will also enhance and fortify our university journey toward world-class university. Through this activity, I also believe that all participants involved will become familiar with mastery of key technologies in processing biomass, with the concept of biorefinery into several products such as food, bioenergy, as well as biomaterials. And I hope on this second versatile multi-program, we also intended to facilitate sharing of ideas between researchers, students from abroad, with Indonesian researchers and students, and in the end, provide learning experiences from international academics for students and lecturers. And I think it's also the key factors in opening further future collaborative programs between parties involved on this event. I think that will conclude my speech. And before I close, I would like to appreciate the people who work diligently to pull this activity beyond my expectation, at least. And I hope that the virtual mobility program can run smoothly, and may the Allah SWT always protect and bless us. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for delivering your speech, Professor Arif, and thank you for being here today.
Distinguished guests, before we move on to the next agenda, we will have a photo session first. Therefore, we request all participants to keep your cameras on and prepare yourselves.
Before we start, I want all of the participants to turn on their camera and turn off your mic so we can begin the photo session. Allow us to wait for all the participants to open their camera. Allow me to remind that you are allowed to turn on your camera and turn off your mic so we can start the photo session. Before we start, please turn on your camera. We would like to take a picture. Okay, for the first slide on my count, 1, 2, 3. For the second slide, 1, 2, 3. For the third slide, 1, 2, 3. And for the fourth slide, 1, 2, 3. And for the last one, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, the workshop session.
And we will have a speaker, Professor Ryozo Noguchi. This session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Devi M. Rahma.
Allow me to read her short bio. Dr. Devi Maulida Rahma her educational background, the latest one, is a doctoral degree in Bioresource Engineering, University of Tsukuba, Japan. Her research interests, the first one is agricultural sustainability evaluation using a life cycle assessment approach. The second one is the optimization model of sustainable agricultural production using multi-objective optimization approach. The third one is sustainable supply chain design in agricultural product. The fourth one is the genetic algorithm for agricultural prediction model. The first one is work system engineering design in agro-industrial system. Now she is working in Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran.
To Dr. Devi, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time for Ms. Naila and Mr. Huda. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our event today, the second Virtual Mobility Program 2022. And this event is organized by Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, collaborated with Research Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, Universitas Padjadjaran and BRIN, and also Safe Network. And in this session, we have a special speaker from Japan. And I'd like to give a short introduction of our speaker. He is a professor from the Graduate School of Agriculture, Kyoto University. And he awarded the Ph.D. in Agriculture from Kyushu University. And his major research concentrated on biomass utilization, agricultural machinery, sustainable evaluation for sustainable food and agricultural production. And considering his current publication, his expert is on life cycle tests for agro-industry and biomass utilization. And I'd like to invite Professor Ryozo Noguchi. Konnichiwa, Sensei. Hello. Konnichiwa, Sensei.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sensei.
Hello?
I can hear your voice.
Is it okay?
Okay. But you're too small, say? Maybe you can.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Still not clearly, Sensei.
Okay. And
Could you try again, Sensei?
hello, how are you? Is it okay?
Okay, Sensei. Hi. How are you, Sensei?
I'm fine, but I'm so a little bit broken my voice, so sorry to not clear the voice. And
Hi, Dejavu, Sensei. Okay, Sensei. Thank you very much for your willingness to join our event today. And in your session, you will have 2 sessions. There will be 45 for presentation and 10 minutes for discussion. And before start presentation, could you try to share your screen, Sensei?
yes.
Make sure there's no connection problem.
Can I share my screen?
Okay, Sensei.
I need the permission from the host.
Okay, the operator, please. Okay, could you share, Sensei?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Sensei. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Professor Ryozo Noguchi to give his presentation. And Sensei, please, the time is yours.
Okay, just a moment. I'd like to confirm again. My PowerPoint is okay?
Okay, Sensei, we can see your slides clearly.
Okay, okay. ありがとうございました。Okay, thank you very much. So I'm very glad and happy to invite me to your very excellent the second virtual mobility program. The title is very interesting. The research area, the utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials. And I already have a chance to stay in Indonesia 2 weeks ago, and in IPB, I'm very familiar to visit your country more than 11 times. So next time, as I hope I visit your Padjadjaran University and face-to-face symposium or meetings. Thank you very much for the introducing me, Debbie-san, so my former PhD student in the University of Tsukuba. And now I'm moving from the University of Tsukuba to Kyoto University and continue to my research with some foreigner students and the other excellent Japanese students. Today, so I'd like to I will talk about the biomass utilization in food and energy production, considering with the ethics for agriculture and biomass engineering. So this is the content of today's presentations. Now I'd like to introduce my research in science and design. I think it is a core position of my research, and how I think I can provide how to consider the biomass research areas. And it is also deeply connected with the ethics for the engineers. So I'd like to propose the ethics for the agriculture and the biomass engineers. And then, so I'd like to introduce some the research cases, LCA of organic coffee production, which was conducted by the Dr. Debbie. And I'd like to introduce her contents. And also I'd like to introduce the related research in organic farming. And if I have enough time, so I'd like to I'd like to make an introduction of my laboratory research. Okay, first of all, so I'd like to show my concept of the research in science and design. Okay, I think the research can be divided to categories: science and design. Like science, it's a very important word, and some Nobel Prize and other many scientists, so they seek the truth of their theories, and they make a new discovery. But so the science is just considering the current phenomena and make new discoveries. On the other hand, design I think it is one method of creating the future. How do we design and how do we spend life and how to make a new world? I think this is the design position. So I studied about the agriculture engineering, especially machinery. This is just categorized to the design research areas. Because when we imagine the agricultural machinery, so what kind of the machinery we want to use and what the farming system is suitable this machinery. That means that we create the future and consider the appropriate designs. And sometimes we have to use the outcomes from the science, and sometimes we can provide the new problem to the science field and to ask them how to solve it. I think biomass utilization in my field, so I'm developing new equipment for a new facility for the biomass utilization, and also based system analysis and life cycle assessment. And finally, so we have to decide this kind of the biomass utilization system, how to disseminate and how to introduce to the rural area or urban areas. That means we have to make a decision making. I think this field is categorized to the designs. So now I'm belonging to largely the part of my research to the design field. Okay. Okay, so I need to explain again. So what is the difference, science and design? And this is one of the famous anime in Japan, based in Abyss. And the character, the one character is explored and responsible for the exploration of the abyss. Please check this anime if you want to see. And I think this explorer is close to the scientist. I think like a climber. Climber doesn't create new things, but he like to find a new finding, new outcomes, so that there are nobody be there. However, what is the design? I think this is a very typical example for the designer and creator. And he is Steve Jobs, and he is the founder of the Apple. And he considered, and he also had an idea of the smartphone almost 38 years back, almost 40 years ago. I'm very surprised. Nobody was at the time, so the smartphone, this tablet size of the telephone, I think it is a very big idea of it, and he also considered the new future and created a new future with this new smartphone technologies. I think that this is like a scientist. I think this is the designer. That means so that I'd like to set our biomass utilization, what we have to consider to the next world, future world, and what kind of the biomass and what kind of the society we should create. That position of the design. Okay, and why we should consider it? Utilization of biomass toward sustainable food and energy and biomaterials. I think that this is just the engineering field, because we are mainly categorized as an engineer and contribute to the research and development of the biomass. And I think this is just one contribution for the consumers, finally. So I think this is just we have to consider the ethics for agricultural and biomass engineers. And what is the ethics? This ethics is just a golden rule of all over the world and any kind of the religious. The code of the most world religious moral code common to all humankind in the Christianity. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And don't do to others what you find distasteful. And this kind of the the rule and code is very fundamental of the religious and just the fundamental thinking for how to make good products and good services for the consumers. That's the base of the ethics. And normally, in general, the ethics just people to people, person to person, directly. But when we consider the engineering, we consider the public consumers via the object, hardware, and the software. So the engineer should have a responsible to the these products and to the good services and good profit for the others. That is the difference between ethics and engineering ethics. And this is one of the typical example of the ethics, engineering ethics, space shuttle exploration. That is the one confliction of the private company and engineers, safety or the profit. Private company take a profit, but engineer should take the safety for the humans. But engineer also consider the profit because he is belonging to the private company. This confliction and is also the how to make a balance of the safety and the profit is one of the main mission of the engineers. However, when we consider the agriculture and environment and also the biomass field, we consider not only the consumers. So now we are considering the consumers or the public via the object on engineering ethics. We just consider only the humans. However, when we consider the agriculture and the biomass engineering field, we have to consider that not only human, but also the environment. Environment means that if we keep a good environment keep the good environment, that is a good asset for the next generations, next in the future. That the time reference is not current in the future. That means that I think the environment is just if we consider the environment by using the biomass engineering and so on. So just our target not on the current consumer, the next generation and so on. And agriculture is more complicated. And also the biomass fields is largely connected with the agricultural fields. I think it's more complicated. And in some cases, that we have to consider what we should eat. Now, that we eat many types of the food. However, just the trend of the vegan and vegetarian is very popular in a young generation in advanced countries. It means we consider what kind of the food we eat in the next future is just a big issue of our subject. The trend is coming from the extended our idea, not only the human, not only the consumer at present, but also the environment, also the animal and the other biologies. I think that is a very important point to the extended ethics issues in my presentations. So that this is just the ethical issue for the engineering engineers. That is the ethics engineering ethics and so on. Just the one of the class of the subject for the undergraduate and graduate student. At next stage, we just consider the ethics issue for the agriculture and the biomass engineering. Human-centered responsibility for life, but also the environment and the future next generations. And finally, the extended ethics will be covered, not only the human, but also the all organisms, all biology, all animals on the earth. I think that the agriculture and the biomass engineering will be extended, like from here to like here. I think this is a very typical books. Animal Liberation, Peter Singer. Okay, so this is just to consider how much the pain is occurred in animals. And also how to solve this and decreasing the pain of the domestic animal. He proposed when a lifestyle of especially the eating style should be changed from the current to vegetarian and vegans. And I think this is one of the idea, the concept or thinking, not only the human-centered responsibility to the other extended ethical issues. And this is just the detail of the explanation of the animal liberation that Peter Sinkers. And this is the very impressive the books, the animal factories, the danger of the factory farmed livestock, CAFO. CAF is a concentrated animal feeding operations. The all religious and prohibit to provide the pain to the animals when we eat the animal. And Judaism and Islam, so that they also have a ethical discipline on the slaughtering method. And also the Catholic Encyclopedia states and cruelty of the animal is a direct and intrinsic sinfulness. That is definitely defined. This act is not good for the animals. So that means that we have to consider how to solve these how to say that these pain of the domestic animal, how to remove, how to consider the next our food style or the biomass style. That is a very important how to say that important thinking for our next research. That means I proposed the ethics for the ethics for the agriculture and the biomass engineer. So that is a very important issue in our research. Okay. So I concluded, this is my presentations. So the ethics for engineering and the biomass engineering is a very common word in engineering field, especially the professional engineer and the other engineering the certificate. So we have to learn the ethics. But so the ethics should be extended to the animal and environment and to the next generations. That means so the ethics for the agriculture and the biomass engineering. But when we consider our next technologies, what kind of agriculture and the biomass engineering method should be required? I think it should be on ethics. So that means so the agriculture and the biomass ethics engineering. Ethics engineering that is consider the environment, the domestic animal or the next generation of our the humankind. That is a very important point, and I just proposed the agriculture and biomass ethics engineering just the almost basic idea for all technologies, especially the biomass use. And what drives the advanced utilization of the biomass toward sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials? And this is just the one idea of the Teruo Ohashi 2000. She proposed that divided two words, yang and yin. Yang is just the typical word of the free from heavy labor in the farming by mechanization. Prioritize the efficiency produce and economic consideration of over environment protection. Fossil-free energy, modern agriculture, large-size farming, fast food, strong system of agricultural production and distribution of governed by the major corporations. So, but this world will move to the next phases. She just proposed this is just a yang Venus system. So what kind of the keywords is existing? Participation of the non-farmer and citizen in agriculture. Attention to the food and quality of life. Slow food, renewable energy, and decentralization and network type society. Intergenerational ethics, environmental ethics, natural farming. That's what we call it sustainable agriculture. I think this is just the before the 2000. So the mainly all our developing countries also try to the young system for your growing and developing. However, so that after the developed countries, so they have to, they will move to the next phases. Yeah. I think that we just consider the biomass use as a technology. I think our idea just changing from the yang to in. So that how to consider the sustainable agriculture, sustainable productivity, and also the our mind, not for the human, but also the next generations and the environment, and also the domestic animal, and so on. Just is a very big trend from the yang to in. Okay, just explain my idea for the how to say the research will be is categorized in the science and the design, and the ethics is just the important keyword when we conduct our research and development. And this is just a title of the life cycle assessment of organic coffee production in Indonesia. That is conducted by the Dr. Devi, and I think this is just closely related to the ethics for the agriculture and the biomass engineering. And so it includes just the ethics for the engineer for like considering the consumers. I'd like to briefly introduction her outcomes in my presentation. She also published one paper related this subject. This is just sustainability, and you can check this papers, life cycle assessment of the organic and chemical fertilizer for coffee production to evaluate the sustainability towards the energy environment economic nexus in Indonesia. You can check this website and this journals. You can download her paper. Okay. And she just tried to find what kind of the fertilizing system is best for your country in Indonesia. So your country, so produce a lot of the huge amount of the coffee. Just see you are currently the fourth position of the world coffee supplies. But so I'm very surprised. So your coffee production is almost conducted by the small farmers. So only the 3% of the government and the 2.4% by the private company. So the 94.7% coffee production managed by the small coffee farmers. So it means if we have a good idea to disseminate to the farming system using which the fertilizer the best for the coffee, I think it is really largely so that changing for our environment damage from current to the next future. And okay, so also her research is is related to coffee production in Indonesia and the sustainable issues, but also the SDGs in agricultural productions. And I'd like to pick up some important point of our research outcomes. And you have a lot of the poultry in Indonesia. According to the poultry population in West Java, there are more than how much the 826 million population with 3,305 million of ton of fresh manure. That means that you have a lot of the potential to providing the organic fertilizer made of the poultry waste. And we checked how much the environment damage will be changed if we introduce the organic fertilizing system to current mainly the chemical fertilizing system. She set a target of the West Bandung district, and this is the research site, and conducted questionnaire to the farmers and got the result. And finally, so she make one result by using life cycle assessment. And also check the energy, environment, and economic aspect for this farming system. This is the typical how to say the farming system of the coffee production, seedling and nurturing, planting, maintenance, and ready to be harvested and cherry beans. So that we have to wait more than 4 years to produce continuously. And after 4 years, we can harvest the yearly, we harvest 5 to 9th year, and finally replanting again, and seedling, nurturing, and planting. So we pick up what kind of material and energy is provided to each process, and pick up the total amount of each material and energies. And we categorize, we use the 3 types of the farming system: organic farming system, and the chemical organic fertilizing system, and the chemical fertilizing system. Organic fertilizing system is mainly use of the poultry manure fertilizer. And the chemical fertilizing system, you just need a chemical fertilizing. However, so the chemical organic fertilizing system just is the hybrid system of the organic, chemical and organic. And finally, we consider check how much energy will be used and how much the environment damage will be occurred in these 3 types of the fertilizing systems. And this is just a result of chemical fertilizing system, organic fertilizing system, and chemical and organic fertilizing system. And if we consider how much the energy is used for the 1 kg coffee production, totally, so the chemical fertilizing system is top, and next to the organic fertilizing system and hybrid system or the coffee chemical and organic fertilizing systems. And because of the organic fertilizing system, we use the poultry manure mainly, so we have to transport these poultry manure the certain area to the coffee production areas. So that if we solve it's just one main reason why so the poultry manure needs a lot of energy in the organic fertilizing system. We estimated organic fertilizing system the most lowest energy consumption per kg of the coffee production, but it's just a second stage. That means transportation energy mainly direct affect the results. And however, so the organic fertilizing system emitted the lowest negative impact to the environment in all impact categories. So we checked the different type of the index, and we confirm this result. And this is just a distribution which the part of the farming system is contribute each environment damage. And I'd like to show this is just a conclusions. The 4 points I just indicate. And fertilizer is a hot spot on consuming of energy. Because there are no low mechanization, I think the fertilizer is the main part of the energy consumption, the costly position for the small farmers. And if we consider how to change this, fertilizer is a very important point to their solving to create the good product of the coffee and low environmental damages. And organic farming system is just recommended due to the emitted the lowest environment impact. And the organic fertilizing system performs the highest revenue and the net profit for a farmer, because organic farming coffee production is high variated, and consumer likes and also the private company can put the large price, big price, the higher price than a chemical based coffee coffee bean. So the organic farming system will perform the highest revenues. However, how to improve the energy consumption of the poultry manure processing is a key to further success of the organic farm system. So our result shows how to make a good transportation system and how to put the composting system close to the coffee production areas. Is a very important point of our outcomes and to just the how to say the proposal for the next fertilizing systems. Okay. And just an introduction of the related research in organic farming. It also closely related to ethics issues for the agricultural biomass engineering and ethics for engineers. And the tea production at Sri Lanka also interested in organic farming. And now I also have one project with a cooperate with Wazuka town in the south part of the Kyoto prefecture. They produce the Japanese tea there. And what kind of happened after introducing the organic farming from the chemical farming system? Just I evaluated the quality of the tea and how much the environmental damage was changed from the chemical fertilizer use system to the organic fertilizer systems. But there are some opinions. So the organic farming is good, not good for the environment. Just the typical case of the opinion, in nature communication. And the title is the greenhouse gas impact of the converting crop production in England and Wales to organic methods. And normally, the organic farming is like eco-friendly in general. So that this is a very common feeling of the human people and also consumers. But they evaluate how much the environment damage will be occurred after introducing all the organic farmings. Just the result of the comparison of the conventional production and the organic farming, and also the conventional land areas or the organic land areas. Some cases, production or the organic production is lower than the conventional production. That is the most important point. Normally, organic production, in organic production, the total productivity is decreased. So compared with the conventional production. That means we need larger areas than before to keep the same productivity and provide the same amount of the food for the humans. That means that is a very important point for the organic farming and in production systems. And this is also a result of the discussion and the beans and spring barley and oats. So you can see that this is the conventional and organic. This is conventional and organic. And this is the conventional and organic. Total GHG emissions, the megajoule carbon dioxide equivalent per ton, is larger than the conventional. That means if we introduce the organic farming system, we have to, there are more emission gas will be occurred than a conventional farming system. So that means we have to check carefully how to introduce the organic farming and what kind of the biomass utilization system for these farming systems by using a life cycle assessment or other evaluation methods. And also if we introduce the organic farming system, we use larger areas. This is the utilized agriculture area. We have to ask to this extended area to the overseas if we introduce our organic system and keep the same productivities. That is the main, how to say, the big problem. So when we introduce the organic farming system, I think this is also related to the biomass utilization as energy and materials. Okay, so this is a result and the discussion, and this is just how to improve the yield and the organic management system to reduce land requirement is a very important point for this in this paper. And okay, this is the other papers. Just I explained briefly. They check the variability of the environment and the impact during conventional from conventional to the organic farming comparison among 3 rice production systems in Japan. They introduced the organic farming system and checked the differences, the conventional type. And sorry, so I skipped it. And they conducted the life cycle assessment of each and check it. And this is just a result. This is the conventional and this is the organic. This is conventional and organic. And this is the conventional and organic. All results shows the organic farming system and it's how to say that this is the CO2 equivalent and SO2 equivalent, PO4 equivalent. It will be just was fluctuated largely than a conventional. That means the organic farming system not how to say not stabilized and not how to say so it means so that we have to consider the carefully after introducing the organic farming system and need a lot of time to check the final conclusions. That is the result of these papers. And also this is the global warming, acidification, eutrophication, and non-renewable energy also fluctuated like this one. So conclusions, only the environment impacts associated with the organic farming fluctuated widely over the year in the categories, and understanding the stabilization mechanism that we should be solved and make clear to check the organic farming system is good or not. Okay, that is almost my presentation, and this is just the introduction of my lab research. I'm just considering what we should eat based on the ethics of engineering, agricultural biomass engineering, and just a target for the palm oil production use in Indonesia, cooperate with my foreign student and the researcher in Indonesia, and receive the food production system by life cycle assessment. And this is I'm the concentrated life as biomass combustion system in which the combustion method is suitable for the human and environment. And also this is now the topic of the carbonization and the biomass storage in to solve the global warming system. And just to see the pesticide sensing technology and the pesticide applications. And finally, so that I'd like to conclude my presentation. The most important thing is ethics. Consider that not only the current consumer, but also the next generation via the good environment, and also the extent our idea, not human, but also the animal and the other biologies. I think this is just my target, and my research topics. Next, my topics, agriculture and biomass ethics engineering. Okay, thank you very much for the listening. Thank you very much.
And before we move to our discussion session, maybe I would like to invite our first dean of our faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Professor Nur Pilihan Bafdal. Good morning, Professor. Okay, thank you very much for joining our event today. And now we move to the discussion session, and I'd like to invite for the participant who want to give the question or want to discuss something to our speaker today. And the participation can raise your hand, or if not possible, you can type your question in the chat box. Please. Okay, we have one question, two. Okay, we have two questions. First is Muhammad Akmal. Mr. Muhammad Akmal, please open your mic and give the question directly to our speaker.
Okay, first of all, thank you for Miss Devi for the opportunity. And I'm sorry, I can open my camera because the signal is very bad here. And thank you for Mr. Noguchi for the interesting presentation. I just feel curious about food sustainability, and I want to ask what the crucial things that we must do as a nation to reach the food sustainability, because as we know, the world today is very prone about food crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Sensei, you
Yeah.
respond directly. Okay, please.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much for your questions. And this is what a typical opinion. So that if we changed our eating style from the meat-based food to the plant-based meat, so that if we take protein from the animal, from the domestic animal, but we can also take the protein from the plants, like a soybean and so on. Just with the one concept of the soybean, how to say, the plant-based meat. So if we change our lifestyle from the meat-based to the plant-based, I think there are so many abundance of the production for our food, because we use a lot of the plant and the energy and water for producing the domestic animals. So if we change to and decrease the total production of the domestic animal and we eat the plant-based meat, I think that we have a lot of space for our food capacity for our humans. And this is just a very typical situation. And also, so we have to consider what kind of our next future. Every researcher concentrate of their research and high productivity and so on. As you know, the Roma Club, 1960s, they estimated total population speed is like exponential, but so our productivity of the food is actually linear. And some of certain year, so that will be over the total production, so the population will be the food productions. But so that our technology solve this crisis. So that normally, so this is just how to say the motivation for how to solve the food crisis and so on. But so the human have a lot of the potential to solve and increase the productivities. So just I have to consider two types. Just considering the new technology for increasing the food productivity, but also we have to consider how to change our food eating style of the nutrient taking from the food. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. And we move to the next question from Mr. Yusuf. Please, Mr. Yusuf.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity, Noguchi Sensei. ちょっとだけなんかちょっとだけ関係ないかもしれないんですが、牛っておなら出るんじゃないですか。確かメタンガス、あれって地球の雰囲気に関わるんですよ。温室効果。私は気になるんですよ。日本での畜産農家はあれに対してもう解決とか利用するエンジニアリングとか方法とかあるんですか。例えばガスをエネルギーに変わることとか、英語で答えてもよろしいです。ありがとうございます。
Maybe almost participant cannot understand your question. Say again your question by English.
Could you translate, Sensei?
Okay, so the ゲップってなんていうのかな。ヨセさん、could you make a question again by English?
I'm so sorry. I don't want you to miss the point, but like, okay, so it's not really like related to the question, but to the topics, I guess. But I would like to ask you that the cow is like producing how do you call it, like fart, like the methane part, like farts. So that cow's farts is like affecting the world by producing a glass house effects, just like a methane gas. So I just want to know, like, if the Japanese cow farmers has any engineering about the farts, like turning the farts into the energy, because like the methane gas is also like a biogas. So so it also like affecting the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. So have you been in Japan and you already graduated some graduate school in Japanese university?
I'm from Padjadjaran University still.
But why you can speak for Japanese frequently? So I'm very happy to hear you.
I've been in Japan for a year in Henry, Nara.
Which university?
Henry Daigaku.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much for the question. And so the just asking to the what kind of the research just conducting in Japan to reduce the methane gas emission from the domestic animal, right?
Yes.
And I'm not the expert and not qualified to this answer. However, so I know some approaches. So they have two approaches. One is the genetic modified domestic animal to reduce the such kind of the methane gas emission when they digested. And also the other approach is just the biological, microbiological approach, just changing also the modified genetic or something and apply to their stomach. And finally, the biological approach is successfully to reduce total methane emission from the domestic animals. And this is just the one idea, what we should consider the domestic animal and so on. Because so that if there are no pain, the domestic animal who cannot feel pain, how do you think about it after the genetic modified? So if we change it, our design, so and we change the genetic and by our engineering method, so that I think this is also the important point. So what we should eat. That means that please consider the ethics viewpoint. What we should consider, not only human but also the animals. But basically, so your first question, we have some approaches to reduce the methane gas emission for domestic animal by the biological approaches.
Okay, thank you very much for your response, Sensei.
Thank you so much.
Okay, right. I'd like to invite another participant to give the question. Is there anyone? Okay, Sensei. Maybe the important thing about the application, the organic farming, or to introduce our research about the sustainability. Maybe I want to know what is how the effective way to introduce and encourage the farmer to implement the sustainability in their production. Maybe you have any experience in Japan, farmers in Japan, to substitute the conventional system to the organic.
Yes. So what is the question? Sorry.
Yes, maybe you have any experience in, say, in Japan, farmer in Japan, how to introduce the organic system or the sustainability
Ah.
aspect in their production, Sensei.
Okay, so just I will investigate and one farmer, some farmer changing their tea production, Japanese tea production from chemical-based use to the organic fertilizing use. So that they just not on they just want to increase the total productivity of the tea, but they seek the high quality of the tea production because organic farming, organic tea is just very expensive than chemical use. So some farmer is changing to this farming system from chemical-based to organic-based. But they said that organic farming is very difficult because they have to make many weed. I mean, how to remove this weed, and how to say total harvesting time is decreased. Conventional type is 3 or 4 times, but the organic farming system just only 1 or 2 times. That means total productivity dramatically decreased. However, they can keep the good profit. So we have to seek not only we have to seek the quality first and the productivity second. Just how to say the organic farming system of the Japanese tea production in Kyoto Prefecture.
Okay, thank you very much, Sensei, for your nice explanation. And now, unfortunately, the time of our session is over. And thank you very much for your participation in this event, Sensei. And I'd like to summarize our discussion today. And there are some point highlights. Firstly, related to the utilization of biomass for energy production, will support the developing of sustainable food and energy in the future. And secondly, the combination of the LCA approach as the evaluation for sustainability status of the biomass utilization will provide a valuable result and evidence that the biomass utilization is supporting a lot on creating the green and clean production for agriculture. And before we close our session, on behalf of my institution, I'd like to give you the appreciation. Maybe the operator, could you share the certificate? Okay, here's the certificate from our university for your nice contribution today. And on behalf of my institution, I'd like to thanks to you, Sensei, for your contribution for our event today. Sensei, maybe you want say something?
Thank you very much for inviting me for this mobility program. And I'm very happy to the Debbie-san. So working very good, and I think you can see the more high the quality of your research that it promote your organic farming system in Indonesia. So I extremely expect your next activities. Thank you very much.
I hope we can manage our collaboration in the near future.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we can take a photo session. The operator, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. And for the speaker, Noguchi Sensei, thank you very much. And for the all participants, thank you very much for joining our session today. And we hope still stay tuned until the end of this program. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
ありがとうございました。Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Devi, for being our wonderful moderator in this session.
And thank you very much to Professor Ryozo for giving us such informative and comprehensive presentation for the first part.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to give a small souvenir to Dr. Devi. To do that, once again, we'd like to invite Dr. Devi to present the gift.
We would like to take a picture with Dr. Devi and the e-certificate. Okay, on my account. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Devi. And once again, thank you very much to Professor Ryozo. Okay, for this next part, we would like to invite all the participants to contribute in this session to play a reader quizzes. There will be
a quiz link for all the participants to join in the chat room. You may click on the link and join the game.
And there will be a code for the certain quizzes. You may see it in the chat section. There, we already share screen the code, and you may join the website. You may join the game. We will wait for all the participants to join the quiz. While we wait, we would like to inform all the participants who just joined the Zoom call to explain for today's main topic.
Okay, so let me re-explain the main topic for today's event. The second virtual mobility program is a joint online program organized by a Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, National Research and Innovation Agency, Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, and Secure Access for Everyone Network. This mobility program adopts the big theme, utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials.
We also invited researchers and academics from outside and within the country who are competent in their field as invited speakers. Researchers, academics, and students from inside and outside country are all welcome to attend the presenters and audience members. And also we would like to remind all the participants to change their formats. Sorry, I want to tell you again about the conference etiquettes.
First, participants keep their mics muted during the event. Second, participants can turn on the cameras during the event.
And for the third one is customize the display name in Zoom with the format. For the speakers, the name format are S_name, and for the moderator, name format are MO_name.
For the steering committee, SC_name, and for the organizing committee, OC_name.
And for all the participants who already joined, we would like to invite the participant who joined the game. For the operator, can we start the game? Okay.
We'll wait until 50% of our Zoom participants join the quiz.
There will be prize for the winners for today's quiz. You can join myquiz.com. For two winners in this game, there will be a present. And for the code is 631414. There are already 31 people who joined. We hope the other participants will join too. Once again, the code is 631414, and you can join the web quiz.com.
As my partner said, there will be a prize for the first and second winner. So let's join the quiz.
There are already 35 people. Once again, the website is myquiz.com with the code 631414. There will be prize for the first and second winner, so don't forget to join. You may also click on the link in the chat room and go straight to the game and enter the code 631414. Currently, there's 49 people who joined the game. Okay, we may now start the game. If you may, operator. You will be given some emoticons, then you need to find out what vegetables names those emoticons mean. For example, as shown in the picture, there are don't forget, there's a prize for the first and second winners. Answer correct.
Seconds left to answer the questions.
There are 490 people. 49, sorry, 49 people who have answered the quiz.
Two more people
left.
30 seconds left to answer the question. Seconds.
9, 8,
7,
6. Okay.
Time's
Time's
up.
up. 22 people to participate. We will wait for the others. There are still 30 seconds left.
Fifteen seconds left. Time's up. Fifteen seconds left.
Congratulations to Marcella for the first runner-up.
Current leaderboard.
For current result. Anita, congratulations.
Fourth question.
Dia lari nulis bahasa Inggris tuh maka.
There are only too many people answering the question out of 16.
Fifteen seconds left.
Oh, here are the results for the quizzes. We will wait for the game to load. There has been, oh, here are the results. There has been a tiny bit of technical issues while we wait.
So how's the question, do you think?
It's easy, yeah. There are 3 emoticons, and if we translate it to an English word, it becomes an easy answer. What do you think?
Think, yeah, a little bit tricky, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Different, different perspective.
Opinion, yes.
Opinion, yeah. Maybe while we wait, I would like to remind all the participants to turn on their camera and turn off their mics, so we can see you all clearly from the Zoom call. Oh, so here are the results from the previous game. Huda, would you like to read the first and the second winner?
I think I can't see it from here.
Okay, it's the first one is Muhammad Yashfa, and the second one is Adis. Can Muhammad Yashfa open their mic and tell us the experience from this game? Or maybe the second runner-up, Adis. Can you tell us how you feel winning second runner-up?
Okay, it's me.
Yes, Adis, hello.
I think the game was really fantastic and it's really challenged my mind, and also the speed of the typing speed, it really challenged me. Maybe that's
Was it tricky, like Huda said, or was it easy, like I said? What do you think, Adis?
I'm sorry.
Was it tricky, like Huda said, or was it easy, like I said? The game.
It's not really that hard, but I think you just need to know 1 or 2 emoji and then or emoticon, and then you can just connect the dots in your mind. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Adis, for your perspective. And for the first runner-up, Muhammad Yashfa, are you here?
Okay, hello.
Yes, hello. What do you think about the game?
This game is very exciting and interesting for me. And I feel a bit surprised because I answer very long, but I win.
Oh, So was it easy or tricky?
A little tricky.
A little tricky.
It's
Okay.
like what I said.
Yeah, just like what Huda said. Okay, so thank you so much for Muhammad Yasfa and Anis.
Okay, thank you.
For the both of you. Okay, thank you so much for all the participants who joined the game. Thank you very much to join.
Hopefully all of you like the quiz
Yeah.
that had been
Hope-
prepared by the
Oh,
committee.
committee, yes. Okay. We may continue.
Continue to workshop. We will have a speaker, Professor Euis Hermiati. This session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Mrs. Asri Widyasanti.
Now allow me to read her short bio. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Asri Widyasanti is from Department of Agricultural Engineering and Biosystem Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran. Okay, you may zoom in, please, operator. Okay, thank you. And Agro-Industrial Technology, okay, Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran. And her education backgrounds are bachelor degree in agricultural engineering Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, master degree in food engineering, bioprocess technology, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. And also the last one is doctoral student in agro-industrial technology, Universitas Padjadjaran, Indonesia. And for her research interests are revolving around post-harvest and process engineering, patchouli processing. Okay, these are the publications from Mrs. Asri, and that is all for her short bio.
Okay, to Mrs. Asri, the time and screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of you to the second virtual mobility program. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Asri Widyasanti, and I will be the moderator for today's sessions. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this virtual mobility programs. Today's session is about utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomass. For your information, before the session begin, let me inform you how the presentation will be going on. We will have presentation in the next few hours. The speaker will talk around 60 minutes. Then we have a discussion for about 10 minutes. So if you have any question, feel free to ask directly by raise hand mode, or you may type your question in the chat box. All right. We have already great speaker who already with us. Operator, please. I'm going to read her profile. Is it correct, Dr. Noguchi? Okay. Okay, I'm going to invite Prof. Euis Hermiati. Prof. Dr. Euis Hermiati is a research professor on Pusat Riset Biomassa dan Bioproduct, Badan Riset and Inovasi Nasional BRIN. Okay, for her educational background, she has received bachelor degree bidang teknologi hasil pertanian IPB University, and she pursued her master degree in food science, graduate school, Rutgers University, Amerika Serikat. And then for her doctoral degree, she graduated from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Institut Pertanian Bogor. Okay. Yes, she worked a lot in agricultural product technology and bioenergy and also biorefinery. Here are the list of her publication. She already published more than 20 articles in reputable journal. Is also the list for the proceeding, paper, and also patent. Now, allow me to welcome our second speaker, Prof. Euis Hermiati, to deliver her presentation. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is it clear? Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Clearly. Okay. Bu Euis, you have 60 minutes to deliver your presentation. So please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all, even though it is just virtually. I'm glad to be with you this morning. I would like to deliver a presentation with the topic of a biorefinery of sugarcane press. Let me share the screen. Probably the committee will share the screen. Is it? Okay. Because I'm not able. Oh, okay. I can share it.
Okay.
Is it okay? The screen is okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the topic that I would like to deliver this morning is biorefinery of sugarcane press. Sorry. Oh. Why? Okay. Probably it's this is the I don't know why this is the outline of my topic today. So I would like to introduce a little bit about the biorefinery concept and then potential of sugarcane press. And mostly I would introduce or explain of our project, the Asia project on integrated biorefinery of sugarcane press, which is a collaborative research between 4 countries, and for instance, including Indonesia, Thailand, Laos, and Japan. And finally, I would summarize in concluding remarks. Sorry. Now, about the biorefinery concept, there are so many definitions actually regarding biorefinery or biorefining, but there are 2 most definitions that usually used. The one is from International Energy Agency, IEA, and the other one is from NREL, National Research Energy Laboratory of the USA. According to IEA, biorefining is the sustainable processing of biomass into a spectrum of marketable products and energy, while the NREL definitions is biorefinery is a facility that integrates biomass conversion process and equipment to produce fuels, power, and chemicals from biomass. So, and some of researchers has summarized or defined the in summary, biorefinery is a concept that represents a broad class of processes that refine different forms of biomass into one or many products or services. So the main point here is how to produce biomass using different kinds of process, either chemicals, biological, physicals, so that we can achieve different kinds of chemicals or fuels and other bioproducts. So there is no chemical compounds of the biomass that is left unuseful. I think that's the main point. So previously, biorefinery is also usually related to second generation of bioethanol. So at that time, people are focused how to produce second generation bioethanol from biomass. So the component of interest was only cellulose. So many research conducted in order to convert this cellulose, extract the cellulose, and then convert it to glucose, and then further ferment it to ethanol. But currently, other main components such as lignin, especially lignin and hemicellulose, which are also the two main components, are of interest to maximize the overall yield of the valuable compounds. So that's about the biorefinery. Now we go to the sugar potential of sugarcane press. So sugarcane press is an excellent biomass. It's just it's still underutilized, which means that not so much people that not so much utilize the sugarcane press, and the amount of sugarcane press produced depends on the plant variety, age, crop, and harvest, and soil and weather. So the amount of sugarcane press is usually about 15% of the total above ground biomass at harvest. So probably around 10 to 15 tons per hectare. And of this amount, around 70 or 80% left in the field, with 20 to 30% taken to the mill. The calorific value is similar to bagasse, but with lower moisture content. Nowadays, only a small quantity of this biomass is used as fuel, mixed with sugarcane bagasse or by itself at the sugar mill. The rest is usually burned in the vicinity of dry cleaning installation, creating this great pollution problem in sugar plantation and its surrounding area. So we would like on the right-hand side, you may see how these press, sugarcane press, is burned in the field. So, okay, which causes environmental problems surround the area. Sugarcane press itself, I mentioned this the 4 countries that involved in the project. Indonesia has a plantation area about 420 1,000 hectares, and it's much higher than Japan and Laos, but it's very much smaller than Thailand. The production of sugarcane also much higher than Japan and Laos, but very much less than Thailand. So Thailand is really a high producer of sugarcane and cane sugar also. And in Indonesia, the sugarcane plantation is either government estate or it's private estate, or maybe by smallholders like farmers. And the increases from year to year is not so big, so it's almost the same from year to year. On the left-hand side, you may see probably the scene that you usually see in sugarcane rice plantation when the harvesting time comes. The sugarcane straw is loaded to the trucks and bring to the cane sugar plant to process it into cane sugars. But usually, sometimes before the harvest, the sugarcane plants is burned. So the fresh or the leaves of the plants is burned, and they easily take the straw to bring and bring it to the factory. This also cause problems to the environment. So far, the use of sugarcane grass is for animal feed, such as for cattle, goat, or sheep, especially in dry season. And as I said before, that the burning process creates CO2 emissions in the environment. So now we would like to take a look at the chemical compositions of sugarcane grass. This shows that about 35% is hemicellulose and 35.5% is cellulose, and about 17.4% lignin. If we see that this grass contains high carbohydrates, the hemicellulose is a potential source of cellulose or cellulosaccharides, and these compounds also can be further transformed into different kinds of chemicals that are useful in many fields. And the cellulose, as we know, is a potential source of glucose. So we now have to move from burning the sugarcane grass to the production of value-added chemicals, fuels, and energy. Therefore, we set up a project that calls Integrated Biorefinery of Sugarcane Grass. So the project involves involving 4 countries: Japan, Thailand, Indonesia, and Laos. In Japan side, Kyoto University is the main contributor, and Thailand is the National Science, Technology, and Development Agency, and Indonesia, from Indonesia is BP, or currently BRIN, and from Laos is the National University of Laos. So the project leader is from Kyoto University, Professor Takashi Watanabe, And the secondary project leader is Dr. Wirawat Sangpreda from Thailand. And me and Dr. Widya is a group leader, and I also a country leader for this project. And there is also one professor from Kyoto, Professor Hideaki Ogaki, that also a group leader for techno-economic analysis, something like that. And Dr. Kyo from Laos as also a country leader. Oh, sorry. The project is from April, started in April 2019 and will be ended in March 2023. This is the main, the diagram that describes what we are doing so far, or we are doing in this project. So the sugarcane rest, the sugarcane rest here means that the leaves and tops of the sugarcane that usually left on the field when it is harvesting. So first, of course, we have to do the pre-treatment or fractionations so that we could get the hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin fraction. Regarding the hemicellulose fractions, we would like to transform it to xylitol. And here the institutions in charge is LIPI and Biotech Nasdaq. And for cellulose, it is converted to isobutanol and also ethanol, in fact, and lactic acid. And for the lignin fractions, we convert it to surfactant or biosurfactant. Here you can see the institution involved in each activities. One more, the social life cycle assessment. This assessment is also conducted so that we would like get information how the project will affect the socioeconomic of the society. So by doing these activities, we hope that we could produce multi-products such as isobutanol, lactic acid, xylitol, biosurfactant from the sugarcane test. So for the innovation of regional society through retrofitting existing sugar alcohol industry to integrated biorefinery. For this, we divided the activities into 5 main category. We call it WP, work package. Yeah, work package 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So in work package 1, there is a pre-treatment and fractionation of sugarcane rest. And then work package 2, design and construction of consolidated bioprocessing with cell factory. Work package 3, adaptive evolution of cycle producing strain or lactic acid production. Work package 4, production of biosurfactant from lignin. And work package 5, the socioeconomic analysis of the integrated process. Okay, let us start from work package 1, pre-treatment and fractionation of sugarcane rest. So our partner in Thailand developed a method of pretreatment, which called sequential fractionation of sugarcane bagasse and sugarcane rush using liquid hot water and glycerol-based organosulf with solvent recycling. So in this pretreatment, first the biomass is treated by liquid hot water and then continue with the glycerol-based organosulf process. So in here, in the first process, we could get hemicellulose fractions with 66% of hemicellulose, and then when continued to with a glycerol organosulf process, the process could recover could separate cellulose and lignin, and we recover about 78% of lignin and about 86.4 cellulose. And these separate fractions could be further processed for other chemicals. They also conducted fractionation of sugarcane rush using microwave and with the help of aluminum gallium sulfate catalyst. By using this, they also can recover hemicellulose-rich fractions that contains about 63% of C5 sugars, sugar yield, and then the continue microwave aluminum sulfate glycerolysis can recover the cellulose and lignin. This lignin and cellulose is separated and recovered each. For ourselves in Indonesia, actually, we also conducted some pretreatment experiment for sugarcane press. We use the acid process, like we use organic acid such as oxalic acid and malic acid. This is to recover the hemicellulose fractions from the biomass, and the hemicellulose fraction is further fermented to xylitol. Our partner in Laos also conducted some pretreatment experiment using alkali sodium hydroxide. They put some variations in temperature and alkaline concentrations, and they analyzed pretreated biomass. We can see that the higher the temperature, the higher also the cellulose content in the biomass, and the lower the hemicellulose and lignin. When the acid concentration is also is increased, we can also recover more cellulose and more removal of hemicellulose fraction from the biomass. Now we move on to the work package 2, design and construction of consolidated bioprocessing yeast cell factory. I hope I can explain this because I'm not that familiar with this genetic engineering process. I don't have anything, but let me try to explain it. So it's more likely that the NASDA and Kyoto University involved in this activity. So they tried to make a synergized enzyme system for the hydrolysis and fermentation of the treated biomass. Like here beside first they use the LPMO, lactic polysaccharide monooxygenase, which is an enzyme that would cleave plant cell wall polysaccharide oxidatively. So this enzyme is considered could help in the reconstructions of the biomass, especially polysaccharides. They conducted this research, and they show that an increasing of reducing sugar obtained from the hydrolysis process if they add this LPMO in during the hydrolysis compared with if they don't add the LPMO. The other activity is butanol, isobutanol production from glucose using the engineered yeast of Pichia pastoris. So they genetically engineered the Pichia pastoris to convert the glucose to bioethanol. So usually this yeast cannot metabolize cellulose. So by doing the engineering process, they could make the yeast could metabolize either glucose and cellulose in the biomass. And our partner from Kyoto University also conducted the microwave acid glycerolysis and ethanol fermentation of sugarcane press. So this one is like this. The pretreatment is using microwave acidic glycerolysis, and from the process, we obtain glycerol, glycerol xylosphate solutions, and to increase the bioethanol from the process. So besides it is used as common saccharifications of the solid fractions that contain cellulose, they also ferment the glycerol xylosphate fractions. They do it by the engineered Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So the bioethanol concentrations in the final product is could be increased. So besides from the cellulose, the second part to glucose during common saccharifications, we could also have additional bioethanol by converting the glycerol and cellulose to bioethanol by using engineered Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Okay. So this is related to the previous explanations. So they probably this one the scientific explanation for the process. Okay. And this is about the results we can see here. The glucose concentration decreased during the fermentation, and also xylose, and also glycerol, and we could get ethanol. Okay, next is the work package 3, the adaptive evolution of xylitol producing strain for and lactic acid production. So we actually set a research plan like this. So first we will select the yeast strain for xylitol productions, and then fermentation of the hemicellulose hydrolysate, purification of xylitol, and crystallization of xylitol. Actually, we just do the first and second steps. For the third and fourth step is hopefully we can do it, but I'm not sure because the time is almost end. Anyway, we can do it in after the project is ended, I think. So when in the selection of yeast strain for xylitol productions, we do it in 2 steps, yeah. And for the fermentation, we conducted the cell adaptation method and cell immobilization method and some bioprocess engineering. So with the result of the selections of xylitol producing yeast of the 96 strains test, we could get 2 selected yeast. First we got 5, and then we selected again from 5, and we get 2 potential yeast. So, and first about for the bioprocess engineering, we use Meierezima caribica, and here we one of our experiment is to see the effects of pH and addition of activated charcoal. Why pH? Because we conducted treatment using acid, so the hydrolysate is in acid conditions. We would like to know whether how the yeast, or whether the yeast could viable or not in that acid conditions. So, but we know actually it's hard for the yeast to grow in acid conditions. So the result also shows that when we use the pH 5 hydrolysate, we could get better xylitol after the fermentations. Here, from the left-hand side, the dry cell weight, one is without activated charcoal. The second also without activated charcoal, but the pH is lower. And the number 3 and 4 is with activated charcoal, pH 5 and 4 in lower pH. So the pH is really important for yeast to grow. So the addition of activated charcoal here is not help that much. to promote the growth of the yeast. Here also the effects of the start optical density. We use 3 variations of optical density in the 1, 5, and 10. We can see here that if we use higher optical density in the first stage of fermentation, we could get higher xylitol. Probably because the more optical density means that there are more yeast cells in there. Here also, the effects of volume, the volume of the hydrolysate. So we use 20%, 40%, or 50%. From here, we can see that the higher xylitol could be produced if we use higher percentage of hydrolysate, like 40% or 50% compared to 20%. We also observe the effect of glycerol as co-substrates. Our partner in Kyoto used glycerol as carbon source also for Saccharomyces cerevisiae. We tried it to whether it can use by Meierezima caribica, but unfortunately, it seems that the addition of glycerol here did not increase that much the xylose production during the fermentation. Probably the yeast, Meierezima caribica, should be genetically engineered so that it could metabolize the glycerol as well. Okay. Here's the adaptation method that used. We adapted the yeast. Here we use Candida tropicalis to the hydrolysate first before it is used for fermentation. So it shows that the adaptation process of the yeast could increase the xylitol productions from the hemicellulose hydrolysate of sugarcane press. The result is almost the same as if we use the detoxified hydrolysate. So the adaptation method can be used as an alternative method if we don't detoxify the hydrolysate. The result is similar. It's still the same. So the yield of xylitol also higher could get higher increase if we first adapted the yeast Candida tropicalis to the hemicellulose hydrolysate. How we try to make a mass balance of the process that we use from pre-treatment until the fermentations. So here in the pre-treatment we could get the solid about 76%, and the solubilized fractions about 30%. And by enzymatic hydrolysis, we could get reducing sugars about 28.8 gram out of 100 gram. And the hydrolysis of other fermentations of the liquid fractions by Candida tropicalis, we could get about 11.3 gram of xylitol. Besides the adaptation method, we also try to immobilize the yeast cell. So the yeast cell is immobilized in calcium matrix alginate. Unfortunately, the result is not as we expected because the xylitol concentrations in the final broth of fermentation is higher in the free cells samples, and the immobilized cells produce lower xylitol concentration and xylitol productivity. We try to improve the condition of the immobilization process. It could increase a little bit, but it is still lower than if we use the free cells. For example, here the highest xylitol concentrations that we get by immobilization process is about 8 gram per liter. Meanwhile, when we use free cells, it could reach like 11 gram per liter of xylitol. It's the same. There is also some concerns about the yeast that we use. Like if we use Candida tropicalis, it belongs to the BSL2 because it can cause some disease or has some toxicity to human. So there's a growing concern about that. Then we have to try to use the yeast that categorized as BSL1. So we conducted some experiment using some yeast that considered as more safer, like here say Ferrosomyces typicus and the Biorefinery nevalensis. Candida is still in compare also, and also we use Bioproducts maxianus. We use 3 types of hydrolysates: the microwave malic acid hydrolysate, liquid hot water sulfuric acid hydrolysate, and liquid hot water only hydrolysates. Here we consider the 3 process produce xylose differently. The highest xylose concentrations here from microwave malic acid, and the liquid hot water produce lower xylose. And what happened to the fermentation results? When we fermented those 3 hydrolysates, so in the liquid hot water hydrolysate with sulfuric acid catalyst, we could not get xylitol. Okay. Also, when we use liquid hot water without sulfuric acid catalyst, there's also no xylitol formed. But the xylitol could only see if we use the microwave malic acid hydrolysate. Oh, I think I missed that one. Sorry. Okay. Okay, we continue to work package 4, the production of biosurfactant from lignin. Here's the process how to isolate the lignin from the solid fractions of pre-treated biomass. So the biomass first pre-treated by malic acid and then continued with the alkali, sodium hydroxide 5% here using microwave and also using autoclave. In the solid fraction, we have cellulose and lignin, and by doing further treatment using sodium hydroxide, we hope that we could separate the cellulose and lignin in the solid fraction of the biomass. Now the isolated lignin is shown on the right-hand side. And after we got the lignin, then we synthesize the biosurfactant. Here's the process. It seems quite complicated. I'm sorry, some of this is still written in Indonesian language. And we use the jars with 3 openings where we could add some chemicals during the synthesis of biosurfactant. And this is the characteristic of the isolated lignin. The lignin content acid insoluble lignin is higher in the lignin A1. A1 is, I think, is from, let's see, A1 is from the autoclave process, okay? And the B is from the autoclave process. This is compared to the lignin standard, which is has the lignin content about 97%. And if we talk about the biosurfactant, one of the important parameters that should be analyzed is surface tensions. So we analyze the surface tensions of the biosurfactant, and we could see that the biosurfactant of the solution decrease if we add lignin biosurfactant. For example, in ultra pure water, if the surface tension is 58 and 57, and distilled water, it decreases to 50 if we use biosurfactant lignin A, and becomes 54 if we use biosurfactant from lignin B. The higher decrease is happened if we use the biosurfactant that we synthesize from the standard of lignin. Now coming to the work package 5, the socioeconomic analysis of the integrated process. So there are some indicators that we use to do the analysis, like in economic parameters, how the value added, productivity, and for social indicators, we analyze about the employment, economic risk, greenhouse gases, energy balance, terrestrial ecotoxicity, and human toxicity. Actually, this work package 5 is the hardest part, probably. Only our partner in Thailand conducted this because they have enough budget to conduct this activity. In Indonesian side, we don't have any budget to conduct this, so we do not conduct this. social LCA analysis. So they compare the open burn and an alternative use of sugarcane press, either just open burn or used for electricity generations. So if we use it for electricity generations, the value added is 2,173 Thai baht. And also there is a raw material as efficiency, and it contributes to the employment. If we don't use, if we just open burn it, we don't get any value added. We don't get any employment, and raw material efficiency is 0 as well. So therefore, the use of sugarcane press for some alternative products might be useful for the society or for the community, and also for the factory itself. They try to make the mass balance for the integrated process, and how the 1,100 how much hemicellulose fraction, lignin, and glucose that could be achieved from the processing of sugarcane press. Besides the main studies, we also conducted some supporting studies on xylitol productions. Like we do the optimizations of xylose extraction from sugarcane press using microwave and malic acid. So we could get the optimum conditions for the hydrolysis of xylose. And we also try to increase the xylose concentration in the hydrolysate by doing a sequential process of hydrolysis. For example, in step 1, we we use the autoclave and oxalic acid, and we could get xylose about 14 grams per liter, and then we continue in the second step with microwave and acid hydrolysis that we obtained from the step 1, and the concentration of xylose in the hydrolysis could increase up to about 35 grams per liter. And then finally we conduct the fermentations. Okay, some other products we could also achieve from sugarcane press, such as xylose and xylo-oligosaccharides, which is useful as sweetener, and they are used in food, health, and pharmaceutical industries. It has low glycemic index. These two chemicals are imported materials, but it has a good price. So it is worth if we could also produce the xylose and xylo-oligosaccharides from sugarcane press. Here are the xylo-oligosaccharides that we obtain from sugarcane press by using the hydrolysis using autoclave or just autoclave and acid. So we could get about 6 grams per liter of xylo-oligosaccharides totally. Our partner in Laos also produce biochar from the sugarcane press through the pyrolysis process, and this biochar is used for absorptions of some acids during biogas productions. So when they add biochar, they could get much higher biogas produced uh, compared to if there is no biochar added. The COD also decrease from the fermentation tank. As concluding remarks, some sugarcane rest is a potential source of various bioproducts. Appropriate treatment and fractionations of sugarcane rest are important to utilize each major biomass components, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, in producing value-added products. The recombinant enzymes enable minimal enzyme system, which could reduce the cost of hydrolysis. The lytic polysaccharide monooxygenase would increase hydrolysis performance of cellulose. The engineered yeast could improve the fermentation of biomass hydrolysis for producing bioethanol and isobutanol. And the adaptation of yeast also could improve xylitol production from hemicellulose hydrolysis, and lignin-based biosurfactant has been proved could reduce the surface tensions of the solutions. And further studies, of course, are needed to select the best route of sugarcane press biorefinery, which is economically feasible and has beneficial social and economical impact to the society. I think that's all that I would like to present. Thank you very much. Terima kasih for your kind attention. If there is any comments or suggestions or whatever, please let me know. If I could answer it, I will explain it. And if not, probably I will convey the question to our partners. Thank you very much.
Prof. Euis, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. We can get a lot of insight and updates related to biorefinery of sugarcane press. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now come to Q&A session. I like to have 3 questions. Also with the sugarcane topic sun-dried, but it's for animal food. And now you already research about the bioprocess for sugarcane waste.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Okay.
It's very low, and would you speak louder or?
Okay, I will try to.
Okay, now it's okay.
I would like to get your perspective on LCB, lignocellulosic biomaterial, especially for sugarcane. The biological conversion of lignocellulosic biomass has long been recognized as a promising to assess the fermentable sugar then for biofuel and other bioproducts. However, in practice, the current state of technology with respect to biomass conversion, is still far away from being suitable for large-scale application, efficiency, and Prof. Ais, how far is the biorefinery concept feasible in developing countries like in Prof. Ais?
Yes. Okay. I couldn't hear the last part.
Yeah. How far is the biorefinery concept of sugarcane press feasible in developing countries in Indonesia? From
Okay,
your
thank you.
research, maybe you can give us a lot of perspective about
Thank
the
you very much, Ibu Asri. Yeah, it's always a question of interest, something like that. Actually, the biorefinery concept still evolving. I think everyone is still trying to get the best, try to get the best method to be able economically feasible. Like so in some countries that has already developed, the second generation bioethanol factories that have been established, sometimes they are closed after several years. Probably because it has not applied the biorefinery concept. So for the industry that has already applied the biorefinery concept is the pulp and paper industry. It has been applied for long ago, and it could survive. Probably we could follow the kind of pulp and paper industry, so they could use every part of the components of the lignocellulosic biomass. Um, I'm sure some in the future, sometime in the future, this concept, the biorefinery concept, could be applied. But I could not predict in how many years, because like science and technology evolving, and sometimes we could not predict in how many years that our goals will be achieved. But based on our experience looking at some technologies developed, I think I'm optimistic that the concept will be applied someday. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the explanation, Prof. Ais. Okay, we will back to the discussion. Is there any question from the participant? We will wait for the question. We will ask again for Prof. Ais about the e-Asia project. This is a very interesting an integrated project dealing with sugarcane plus biorefinery. This project will running or it has already closed?
Okay. This project was started in April 2019. It should be ended in March 2022. But due to the COVID situation, so we get 1 year extensions until March 2023. Yeah, I think it's an interesting project because we can collaborate with other researchers from other countries. Um, uh, I recommend that probably staff from UNPAD could find partners in Japan and apply for the project because the previously Ministry of Higher Education probably now is the Directorate of Higher Education has provided the fund if we successful to get the project. In my case, because I'm not a lecturer from university, the Directorate of Higher Education did not give us a specific budget for this activity. So we have to find ourselves the budget from other uh, uh, research project or applications to fund these activities. But if the lecturer from university is acting as a project leader from Indonesian side, the Ministry of Higher Ministry, the Director of Higher Education provide this project. So usually this project involves Japan, the main Japan University, Japan professor, and involves two other countries at least. One is also quite developed countries such as Thailand or Malaysia, and there is one like quite not developed countries such as Laos or maybe other countries. It is like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Euis. Perhaps Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology could also collaborate in several topics of research and also E-Asia project. Thank you. Is there any question? We still have around 4 minutes. Unfortunately, we cannot respond all the question due to the limits of times. If you still have a question, feel free to contact the speaker by email. And this session has finally come to an end. Because before I close the session, I would like to draw a short conclusion from what the speaker has presented. Sugarcane trash as a promising source for biorefinery. It is highly important for us strengthening research for improve our biomass processing and technique as to enhance sustainable of bioproducts and biorefinery. The Asia project is one of integrated biorefinery sugarcane press, and the understanding of characterization and then pretreatment process, fermentation and optimization in sugarcane are still needed in the future. Right? I would like to express our deepest thanks and gratitude to Prof. Euis for the inspiring and interesting presentation. Hopefully, we can learn something new and increase our understanding related to the biorefinery of sugarcane rice. Actually, we have already prepared something for the speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. On the behalf of the committee, we give this certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Euis Hermiati for her outstanding and worthy presentation on the topic of sugarcane biorefinery. In the future, we hope we can collaborate more on research and academic projects.
Thank you.
Dr. Euis, again, thank you. These lectures were attended by more than 100 participants, and I noticed that some participants are coming from outside Indonesia. We hope you find informative and exciting session. Thank you for being a wonderful participant during the sessions. I apologize if I made any mistake while moderating this event. Hopefully to see you soon. And finally, let's give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum. I will give back the time to Masters of Ceremony.
Thank you, Asri, for being our wonderful moderator in this session.
And thank you very much, Professor Euis Hermiati, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation for the second part.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to give a souvenir to Mrs. Asri. To do that, once again, we'd like to invite Mrs. Asri to present the gift. And we would have a photo session with the e-certificate. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you once again.
To Mrs. Asri and Professor Euis Hermiawati.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short refreshment. Please return in 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time, and we will continue with the third part of our workshop. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
See you soon.
Tahta indah terukir prasasti, tata krama terlukis abadi. Di tanah ini kita terlahir, langit memanggilnya tanah Nusantara. Langit memanggilnya tanah Nusantara.
Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived in a beautiful land, which everything in it lived peacefully. She spent all her time in the depth of a forest with her 8 little friends. There was a hidden secret place, so magical and dangerous at the same time. This is the story where the culture had start. And now, let me take you on a journey. So welcome to Wonderland, Indonesia, the sacred Nusantara.
Sumping dari Jawa, datang nih cipu bawa kepiting 2 ekor, jajah budel belang api cak hidung gigi ronggang, sapi ketawa dolong dipancung rajut tunggal. Sinanggar tula, sinanggar tula, sinanggar tula, sinanggar tula, sinanggar tula. One day, at another time, a girl will unearth the civilization that has been buried deep for so long. See you on that day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Thank you. Our session is about to begin. Please turn off your mics, turn on your camera, and change your name format.
Without further ado, we will now begin our next session.
We will have a speaker, Mrs. Sri Suhartini, Ph.D. This session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Dr.
Now allow me to read her short bio. Dr. Fetriuna from Institute of Nutritional Science and Department of Food Science, Faculty of Agro-Industrial. Education, her latest one are Ph.D. in Natural Science, Dr. der Naturwissenschaften, Institute of Nutritional Science, Hohenheim University, Stuttgart, Germany, DAAD IGSP, Indonesia, Germany Scholarship Program. For her working experience, her latest are Doctoral Fellow in Institute Nutritional Science, University of Hohenheim, Stuttgart, Germany. And this is her list of relevant publications. And that is all for her short bio.
To Dr. Fetriuna, the time and screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the MC. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the committee of the second virtual mobility programs of utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials that allow me to deliver this workshop session. In this happy occasion, let me deliver this workshop session with the theme of transforming biomass and bioenergy and high-value products, with a speaker from Dr. Sri Suhartini. Yeah. Welcome to our speaker, Ibu Sri Suhartini, Ph.D. And thank you for your willingness to participate in our workshop series. And also welcome to all the participants and all the lecturers from the Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran. And before we start the workshop, let me inform you about the time allocation for this session. The presentation will be delivered about 45 minutes. And afterwards, we have a discussion session for about 10 minutes. To all the participants, you can write the question in the column chat or raise your hand in the discussion session to ask directly to the speaker. Yeah, let me tell you about the short curriculum vitae from our speaker. Ibu Sri Suhartini, Ph.D. was born in Cirebon in 1981. She is currently a lecturer in the Department of Industrial Technology, Brawijaya University, Indonesia. She finished her bachelor degree in the Department of Industrial Technology, Brawijaya University at 2003, and continued her master degree in environmental management in the University of Queensland from 2006 until 2007. In 2014, she graduated from the doctoral program on the civil and environmental engineering from the University of Southampton, UK, and she got her postdoctoral postdoctoral in Birmingham City University, also in UK. At the moment, she focus on her research on the utilization of biomass for bioenergy, and her latest research with the title of Optimasi. Can you show the latest research? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Her latest research is about the optimasi produksi biogas dari limbah tandan kosong sawit dengan pretreatment biologis. And for the time efficiency, let me welcome Dr. Sri Suhartini, Ph.D. to deliver the presentation. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum,
Okay.
Mrs. Feryanti. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are
Okay.
you, Dr. Sri? You are
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Right?
Yeah. Currently, I'm not in Indonesia. I'm doing like outbound staff visit in UK. So here is 6 a.m. 6 past. Okay. Early in the morning, still dark.
Okay. So
Outside.
You're in the UK. Okay. Thank you for your commitment to join our workshop series. And then time and the screen is yours for coming.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for allowing me to join this excellent platform. Yeah, this is the second virtual mobility program. So please allow me to share my screen for today sharing. Yeah, can you see my screen? Yeah, is it okay?
Show mode.
Yeah, is it okay? Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, thank you again. Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So for today, I would like to kind of share my experience, research experience in transforming biomass or biowaste for the creations of bioeconomy. So during my first few slides, I will talk briefly about more general issue in terms of biomass, why waste is very important, and what is the bioeconomy concept. And then I will talk about the research experience in terms of valorizing one of the high availability biomass or waste in Indonesia, which is oil palm empty fruit bunches. And this research is part of the collaboration research between University of Padjadjaran and also Universitas Hasanuddin under Research Collaborations Indonesia Program 2022. Okay, so I think very briefly, we know that biomass, biomass in Indonesia is one of the country that has highly available or abundant biomass. Yeah, we have OPFB or oil palm empty bunches, we have rice straw, we have corn straw, corn stopper, we have so many biomass resources. And from the definition, biomass is also known as biorenewable resources, either in the form of organic materials from plants, for example, or from animals. Here we talk about biomass, mostly from the agricultural crops or residues. It can also be from agro-industrial waste. It can be also from forestry, crops and residues, or sometimes it can also be from animal residues. What I say before, Indonesia has many biomass resources. Unfortunately, many of those biomass resources are still underutilized. We still have many, but not all are being transformed into bioenergy or high value products. Therefore, it is very important for us as researchers and also supported by the government for the creations of bioenergy as part of finding new and renewable energy resources. So basically, waste and biomass stream, we can transform it either as a green product, value-added chemicals, bioenergy, or biopolymers. Yeah, and waste. Yeah, we know what is waste. Yeah, waste is one of the categorized in biomass resources. So in the old perception, yeah, waste is considered as not valuable materials. Yeah, waste is always regarding as a waste or rubbish, yeah, or garbage that we need to throw it directly into landfill or nearby environments, isn't it? But and then after the development of industrial era, yeah, we know that actually waste can create the pollutions, can cause pollutions, and it is can become a detrimental effects, yeah, can produce detrimental effect to the environment as well as to the community in terms of the health and the aesthetics, yeah, the way how the conditions of our environments, yeah. So there are so many regulations that stating, look, we have to treat waste, yeah, we have to reduce the pollutions. Either we convert, yeah, into something valuable, or either we recycle, compose, and then either we need to source reduction. So along the times, yeah, the government and us aware that actually waste is no longer considered as a rubbish, yeah, but waste currently is seen as a value products. Yeah, it can be used as a raw materials. Yeah, it can be transformed into other high value products. Yeah, in the form of bioenergy or in the form of bioproducts. Yeah. Therefore, there are a paradigm shift here for the 21st century, where the source reductions of waste is become the priority, and how we ensure that there are no more waste are disposed to landfill. So we have to valorize waste into any type or any potential products then that can be produced from the use of waste. Yeah. Therefore, this concept kind of triggering scientists to expand research and development in valorizing waste or biomass. Okay. Why it is important? As I mentioned before, yeah, during the conventional or the linear economic concept, waste is just rubbish. You just need to throw it away. Yeah, so we call it as a thrown away society, because we thought that waste is no longer usable. So we just throw, yeah, to the nearby environments, to the landfill, etc. But then move on that we know that actually waste or biomass can be a resources. Therefore, this sheet, I think starting 2020, yeah, the concept or circular economy or bioeconomy is emerged, yeah, in which, yeah, the creations of the economics activity, yeah, need to be integrated with the biomass valorization of waste valorization in order to reduce any environmental pollutions. Yeah. Therefore, yeah, the concept of integrated biorefineries, yeah, we have like single product, multi-products, lignocellulosic biorefineries, integrated biorefineries, macroalgae biorefineries, anything that dealing with the closed loop system of any economics activity that can produce waste is now becoming an interesting point yeah, that we as a researcher need also to point it out. Okay? So there are different conversions pathway, yeah, for biomass or waste conversions. First is physical, biological, chemicals, or thermochemical conversions. Yeah. In my case study, I will focusing more on biological conversions with the use of anaerobic digestions in order to produce methane and biofertilizers. I also will talk about other valorization routes here for OPFB for high value products. Yeah. As we know, for physical conversions, we just kind of using densifications, pressing, compressions, yeah, in order to produce a solid fuels. It can be briquette, it can be pellets, yeah. And for anaerobic digestion, I already mentioned before. And then we can also convert, yeah, biomass always through fermentations, yeah, in order to produce bioethanol, biohydrogen, or we can also use microbial fuel cells, yeah, in order to transform biomass always into electricity. In 2017 to 2018, I did team of my students and I did several experiments to transform food waste and also traditional market waste using a portable MFC, and we found there is a potential, yeah, to transform food waste, vegetable waste, fruit waste into electricity. But again, more research are required, yeah, in order to improve the efficacy. For chemical conversions, it can be through transetterifications in order to produce biodiesel and maybe other valuable products. And then the thermochemicals, it can be through combustion, pyrolysis, gasification, liquefaction, torrefaction. So basically, it requires high energy input, yeah, in order to transform biomass or waste into bioenergy. Therefore, based on my experiences here, that in Indonesia, when we talk about transforming biomass or waste into bioenergy, we need to consider not only about the technology availability, yeah, we also need to consider about how much is actually the energy consumptions, because energy is still a big problem in our country. And we also need to consider about the expertise, yeah, in terms of the operator and maybe the maintenance, etc. So therefore, for the technology, it is very important to kind of choose or select the most sustainable, the green, and the cheaper, the more efficient transformation process technology. These are some of the examples, yeah, on how actually the biorefinery process is very important in creating the bioeconomy in Indonesia. Yeah. So basically, maybe you already know about the migrations of the first, the second, the third, and the fourth biomass. Yeah. When we talk about the first stage of the first biomass feedstock, there is a big problems because of the conflict with the food safety. Yeah. Nowadays we see the lignocellulosic biomass or any waste contain high cellulosic materials is as a high value raw materials, yeah, to be transformed in many routes, yeah, in different pathways, yeah, in order to produce biodiesel or ethanol or any other bioenergy, and also high value products. Yeah, I think in Indonesia there is also intensive interest on transforming lignocellulosic biomass for the cellulose, nanocellulose for the productions of biofilms, bioplastics, etc. So now I will move on the bioeconomy concept. So bioeconomy concept is emerged after we know that any economic activity which didn't value or put high values on a sustainability concept will generate harmful impacts to the environment. However, without any economics activity, there will also a huge negative impact to the human's life being. Therefore, the concept for the bioeconomy is how to ensure that any economic activity can also be run together alongside with the environmental protections in order to minimize environmental exploitations, because we know that raw materials is basically produced from the environment. Therefore, it is very important to ensure that any economics activity can optimize the use of resources, either energy, water, raw materials, in order to minimize waste generations by the closed loop system, which is by implementing the integrated biorefinery programs. Within the bioeconomy concept, it is very important to implement 5R. First is reviews, which mean try to avoid any exploitations to the environment in order to get raw materials. So the raw material acquisition need also to be sustainable. And then reform. Any waste that generated from any economics activity, we need to be able to reform or to reduce, reduce on the source, or reuse or recycle. Therefore, there will be a closed loop system in which during the activities of transforming waste or biomass, it can also create an economics impact or additional income, either for the industry itself or for the community that involve or join within this concept. The aim here for the bioeconomy implementations is to highly reduce the amount of waste thrown into landfill. Why it is very important? Because by reducing the amount of waste into landfill, it can expand the lifetime of landfill. And then also not only to reduce, sometimes in a certain country, they require not to dispose waste into landfill. It is very important. And how, in terms of the biomass, how the circular bioeconomy concept can be applied by the use of biomass resources, including organic waste. First, of course, we need to ensure to use the residues or waste, either by using integrated multi-products biorefinery. So nowadays, single biorefinery is no longer attractive. So we need to be able to create a multi-products from a single biomass or waste sources. Yeah. Either for bioenergy and biofuels or other bio-based products, food, feed. Yeah. And also we can implement the circular bioeconomy concept by prolong the use of products, any products or shared use, and also by creations of the industrial symbiosis. Yeah, we can also use that concept in order to achieve a circular bioeconomy. Okay. This is an example, an example how an industry can contribute, to the bioeconomy concept. This is from one industry, sugar company in UK. Yeah. So I did my PhD using sugar beet pulp. Yeah. So in UK, sugar industry use sugar beet, as a raw materials. In Indonesia, we use sugarcane. Yeah. And actually in Indonesia, for sugar industry, we already implement some of the integrated by using a gas, as a gasifications of fuels. Yeah. In this case, in the UK case studies, or examples, the sugar company use sugar beet as a raw materials. Yeah, they process the raw materials. Yeah, in order to produce sugar. So they produce sugar beet pulp. Yeah, they produce sugar beet pulp, and they also produce kind of maybe known as a molasses. Yeah, in Indonesia. So in terms of the sugar beet pulp, there are different routes. Some are used for animal feed. Some are used by the company for bioethanol productions. And then there is a separations after producing a bioethanol. Still residues are remain. So they valorize the residues remain from bioethanol extractions as a feedstock for anaerobic digestions. That's part of my research. In UK, we use residues from bioethanol extractions for biogas productions, and we found that actually biogas is a potential routes as well to valorize any residues from this company, and it's actually been implemented in this company. They have their own anaerobic digestions to transform any waste materials from these products for producing biogas. And the biogas, the resulted biogas, they convert it using combined heat and power units into electricity. And the electricity, they use it for their company or plant's operations. Any excess electricity, they injected it into the national grid, either for school, for hospital, for houses nearby the plant. They also use biogas upgrading plants in order to purify the methane. So you can get a biomethane, roughly more than like 90% methane concentrations, again, in order to be used as a fuels. Any excess methane is then injected to the national grid, in which this company also get incentive from the government. This is a good example on how a sugar factory, sugar company, not only producing sugar products, but they can also valorize the waste into various other products, animal feed, energy, and some of the biofertilizer from anaerobic digestions. They use it as a compost for their own nursery, plantations area, in order to produce vegetables and fruits. So Road to Sustainable Palm Oil Industry. This is where I would like to introduce why we did this research. So basically, palm oil industry, a big business in Indonesia. Yeah, there are so many funding available to support the creations of sustainable palm industry by valorizing the waste or residues from palm oil milling, palm oil extraction, etc. So we are focusing on how to supply renewable or biodegradable resource by using the palm oil waste, and also how we can valorize waste, in order to extract any valuables ingredients, So we are focusing on these two aspects in terms to support a sustainable industry, palm industry. So we know, I will just briefly mention about this. So we know that actually palm industry is a huge business. Indonesia is the first producer of oil palm, globally. However, in each productions, or in every ton of fresh fruit bunches, there will be around 20 to 23% of BFB waste will be resulted. And if it is just piled up within the plants, oil palm plants, it also will create negative impacts to the environment as well as to the plant's image. We already know that actually OPFB contain very high lignocellulosic materials, hemicellulose, lignin, and cellulose, which are potential for transformations. In our study, we transform it into biogas, bioethanol, xylitol, organic mulch, and activated carbon. And this is how we try to propose and prove the valorizations of PFB with bioeconomy and biorefinery concept. So within this framework, we see the xylitol productions as the main products. From the xylitol productions, it is done by Unpad, from every team. It also produces solid residues, in which the solid residues can be further extracted into bioethanol or enzyme, all done by Unpad. Then we would like to investigate whether there are potential for the residues from the xylitol productions or the bioethanol productions. In bioethanol extractions also there is a solid residues will be produced. We would like to see the potential of these residues to biogas, using anaerobic digestions. We do mono and co-digestions. We also want to investigate its potential for activated carbons and also organic mulch. These are the benefits. I will not talk in more detail. So why? Sorry. Okay. So why biogas? I did mention here. So this is actually the concept. From us, it is already published in Q1 journal titled Biorefining of OPFB to xylitol and bioethanol. So basically, either in mono productions or co-productions of xylitol and bioethanol, it will create solid residues. We want to. This is So our starting point is from the concept, and then we would like to try implement it. Yeah. So we try this here, any solid residues derived from these productions into biogas. First is into biogas, the second is into activated carbons, and then the third is from organic mulch. Yeah. In this study, we do several experiments here to enhance the process by integrating pretreatments, chemicals, and biologicals in order to enhance the efficacy of anaerobic digestion process. And then also we use a direct OPFB from these solid residues. Yeah. So there we kind do a different stage of the research. Yeah. So, we have two different samples, provider. The first sample is from Blitar, which is very close from our place. This is a palm mills, and then we also get a sample from Unpad, it is fresh, treated, and then residues of OPFB from xylitol and bioethanol extractions. We will also present the result. And then for the inoculum that we use is actually digestate or residual organics, taken from a full-scale mesophilic digester from Balai Besar Pelatihan Peternakan in Batu City. And the pre-treatment of the inoculum is just degassing, in order to remove any residual biogas or biomethane in order to minimize any error during the BMP test. So for the treatments, like I said, there are chemical pretreatment. We use sulfuric acids and sodium hydroxide. For biological pretreatment, we use CM4, molasses, and lacase. So we use enzyme, microbials, and also enzymatic pretreatment, in order to enhance the performance. And for the BMP test, so we are very lucky. We got automatic BMP test. It's called AMPTS, Automatic Methane Potential Test System. In which we can test 9 or 3 samples in a row, and then this system is very good in my opinion because it can record methane productions on minutes, on hour, using a digital system, automatics, and it directly recorded into the laptop, in which we can monitor how much is actually the methane productions from this sample. It is automatics, so we can monitor the productions. And it uses a mechanical stirrer, and we can set either we want to stir every 1 minute or every 10 minutes for 60 seconds or every 5 minutes for 60 seconds, any. In this study, we set the mixing is for 1 minute, for 60 seconds every 1 minute. And this BMP test was done in mesophilic temperature for 28 days. So these are the results for the experiments. The first we kind of characterize untreated OPFB as complete, as comprehensive as possible. We investigate how much is the carbohydrate, lignin, cellulose, hemicellulose, and also the elemental compositions, because from this value we can compare between the measured BMP, specific methane potentials, and also the theoretical values. And we can also compare between the measured calorific value and theoretical calorific value by using these elemental compositions only, using Boswell equations, which is very well known in anaerobic digestion world. Yeah. And from the chemicals and alkalines pretreatment, we know that basically both treatment can alter the biomass, in which alkaline pretreatment supposed to be alkaline pretreatment that perform better, perform better compared to acid pretreatment. And and this is some of the example from biological pretreatment. We are focusing here. Actually, we also did the same things, but we couldn't present in this paper because we are still preparing for the paper publications. So in this case, we also found that all biologically treated OPFB again has an increase in VS content, in which many studies has reported that an increase in VS content of the substrate may lead to an increase in biogas or methane productions. These are also the same result. SEM. We did SEM and EDX test. For untreated and treated OPFB, we found that actually for acid pretreatment, it can cause any rigid structure or a broken cell wall. However, for alkaline pretreatment, it reduces the papillae or silica. And it is also confirmed by the EDX result, where the silica content from alkaline treated OPFB are much lower compared to that of from acid treated OPFB. And similar to the biologically treated OPFB, for microbials OPFB, you can see there is a damage in the surface wall of OPFB. While for enzymatic, there is also reductions of the silica or papillae, which create a huge pore on the surface of OPFB, which allowing microorganism or enzyme to access cellulose and hemicellulose, hence biogas can be produced much higher. These are the ADX result. So from, I did mention before, for alkaline treated OPFB, the silica content is much lower than acid treated OPFB. In the acid treated OPFB, there are some mineral are eliminated here, which is manganese and K, I guess. And in biologically treated OPFB, you can also kind of similar trends, where enzyling and enzymatics pretreatment can reduce some of the element contents in the OPFB. We also did FTIR, for those materials. You can see that actually for acid treated OPFB, mostly the trend are quite similar. However, an increase in concentrations of sulfuric acid or sodium hydroxide kind of reduce the amount of the peak. The trend is quite similar for EM4 and molasses, but not for enzymatic. So for the specific methane potentials, here we can see that alkaline treated OPFB generates much higher methane compared to acid treated OPFB in chemically treated OPFB. Yeah, for biologically treated OPFB, yeah, for additions of EM4, the lower concentrations generate higher methane. Yeah, but for additions of treatment using molasses or enzyme, and also with enzyme, an increasing concentrations, yeah, of molasses added or enzyme added is parallel to an increase in methane productions, in contradictions with the microbial pretreatment. However, if we compare between chemicals and biological pretreatment, we can see that sodium hydroxide, yeah, can lead with the highest specific methane potentials. Yeah, however, we need also to consider about the wastewater produced during the pretreatment. So in this case, yeah, we would like, prefer a biologically treated OPFB than a chemical treated OPFB. If we see that the difference is not that high, yeah, for microbial pretreatment or enzymatic. Enzymatic is very good, but we need to consider about the cost because it's very expensive. In this study, we use lactase enzyme. It's very expensive of course. So you can see that actually by enzyling, yeah, or by addition of EM4, yeah, even using very small concentrations, yeah, it can lead to the higher biogas productions, in which in these concentrations and also in these concentrations, we need to further evaluate in depth here to optimize how much is actually the best concentrations to generate higher methane potentials. Yeah, because using AM4 is cheap. Yeah, it is available everywhere. You can just add into the biomass always and then leave it for 14 days. And then you can use the treated substrates into anaerobic digestion. We did anaerobic co-digestions, yeah, with other high value, with other biomass, but I didn't present it here. So then we move on to the investigating specific methane potential from untreated, treated, and residues of OPFB from xylitol and bioethanol extractions. Yeah, we see here that actually residues from xylitol and bioethanol extraction still contain high volatile solids or organic materials. Therefore, it is very potential to be used for other high value products, either for biogas, bioethanols, again, extraction for bioethanols, or other lignin derived fuels and bioproducts. Yeah. These are the FTIR and SEM EDX result, yeah, from those PFB samples. Yeah, in general, the sample performed from the functional unit, the trend are quite similar, but maybe with different values. But you can see here, yes, different from the morphology and the structure. Yeah, and therefore we would like to see, you know, whether the lignin or any remain cellulose or hemicellulose can still be able to transform it into biogas. Yeah, these are the results. Yeah, for the average specific methane values. Yeah. Yeah, you see, in this case, we use a sample from Unpad, yeah, using different pretreatment. I think this one is using water microwave, yeah, and this is untreated OPFB from, I don't know, from West Java, yeah. So different. So the nature of OPFB also influence the methane potentials because of the different compositions, different pretreatment. Yeah, you see here that actually for OPFB residues, OPFB residues from xylitol extractions was found to produce much higher biogas, yeah, compared to residues from bioethanol extractions. Yeah, we still need to investigate why there is such a big difference, yeah, in these two products. We think because in bioethanol extractions they use sulfuric acid, yeah, in which can limit the ability of anaerobic microorganism consortia in anaerobic digestion system to transform any organic material remains to biogas. But we need to investigate further because this research is still ongoing. And then for activated carbon, yeah, we focusing at this moment, we focusing on this is for the we focusing on transforming OPFB, yeah, residues OPFB by using pyrolysis technology, yeah, at temperature of 500 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. Yeah, and then the carbon is milled at 100 mass. So actually we can melt the activated carbon from 40, 60 to 100 mass. But I think the smaller the particle size, it has a larger surface area, so it will have more or better efficacy if we use it for wastewater treatment. Yeah. So for this research also we have a collaboration with BRIN, yeah, in order to analyze the samples. Yeah. And for the activations process, currently we are focusing on chemical activations using KOHA, yeah, 2 molar with the ratio of activated carbon or the ratio of carbon and activated solution 1.0, 1.1, 1.3, and 1.5. Yeah. So these are our current result, because again this research is still progressing. Yeah, at the moment we found that for the moisture content it meets the Indonesian standard value, yeah, for activated carbon of maximum 15%. However, for ash content still much higher than 10%. Yeah, these are some of the results, yeah, of activated carbon, yeah, from OPFB, residue OPFB from bioethanol and bioethanol extractions. And then actually in this research, we're also focusing on producing activated carbon from untreated OPFB, yeah, treated OPFB and bioethanol extracted residues, yeah. And we also investigate different foam materials, foam waste, which is fiber, yeah, OPFB fiber. And then in the next stage, we will do FTIR analysis, SEM ADX, BET surface area yields, and then this activated carbon will also be trialed to wastewater treatment. This is also already part of the research in this project, expanded research. Yeah. For organic mulch, yeah, we did experiment actually to convert OPFB into organic mulch in 2016. Yeah, and then this is we seen it as a continuations of this research. So from our method in 2016, we modified for this feedstock because of the feedstock characteristics are different to untreated OPFB. So we modified the method, and in this case we use optimizations. We will at the moment we test into 5 central points by focusing on concentration of sodium hydroxide and cooking time of 30 minutes. Okay. So these are some of the results. Yeah, we found that actually when we dry organic mulch using sun-dried, and we have a drying machine, we call it cowboy machine. We found is a slightly different result, yeah, where the sun-dried has a better texture, yeah, I would say, for organic mulch, yeah. So in this case, we found that actually this sample, yeah, this is from bioethanol extracted OPFB, yeah, is potentials, yeah, in terms of the water absorption abilities, yields, and density to be used for organic mulch. But again, we will see more in-depth analysis in the next future. Yeah, this research is still currently ongoing, involving undergraduate students for their final thesis. So in conclusions, yeah, OPFB has a high amount of organic contents. Yeah, both chemicals, pretreatments can alter characteristics of treated OPFB and has positive impacts on improving methane, but alkaline has better performance. Can biological pretreatment also lead to an increase in biogas productions? Yeah. However, yeah, further investigations on its performance are recommended in the near future. So these are the future works that we are currently and will do. Yeah. First is modeling anaerobic digestion. So we have two students currently investigating modeling anaerobic digestions under mono and co-digestions substrate using our experimental result that I have presented before. Yeah. And then the next is to testing the efficacy of activated carbon, yeah, from this research into the real wastewater. So we are focusing on tofu wastewater at the moment, but it will be open for other wastewater, agro-industrial wastewater. And then we also currently doing techno-economic and sustainability assessment from single and multiple product biorefinery from OPFB based on the result that we have up today. Yeah, for biogas, for organic mulch, and for activated carbon. But we are open for the next, maybe in the next research, we will propose again for other products. Yeah. These are also the next future that we would like to test. Yeah, this is actually the concept that we publish, yeah, in a review paper published in Renewable and Sustainable Energy Review, and this one published in Journal of International Sustainable Energy Review. Yeah. So we would like to test whether this scenario is applicable or not. Yeah, it is a big challenge. So to test the solid residues from this process, again, maybe we will collaborate with UNPAD, yeah, and BRIN as well, because they have a great expertise, yeah, and facilities in order to support whether this concept can be applied or not in the real world. Yeah, I think that's all for my presentations. Thank you. And hopefully bioeconomy concept through transforming waste into bioenergy or transforming biomass into bioenergy and high value products can support the creations of bioeconomy in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Suhartini, for your very interesting presentation and the holistic mapping of your research, which was conducted with the EPEFP, yeah? Oil palm empty fruit branch. Yeah, okay. For the participant, maybe you can ask the question directly to the presenter. Okay, let me ask you first about you told me that you apply some method, different method for the extraction of the xylitol and also bioethanol with the oil palm, OPEFB. Yeah. So which method do you think is more sustainable or more applicable to be implemented in Indonesia?
Okay, so maybe for xylitol extractions, that's the expertise for Bu Efri, because we didn't do the research for xylitol here in Unpad. So maybe for bioethanol, actually, we did also experiments, mostly focusing on the pre-treatment, because for OPFB biomass, it is a big problems due to the high lignin content in the substrates. So we also compare between chemicals and biological treatments, pre-treatments in OPFB, and we found that bioethanol can also be produced, from like after pre-treatment, after chemicals and biological pre-treatments, the bioethanol production is much higher. So based on my review, I prefer to the green approach. Because of if we use sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide, we need to deal with the wastewater problems, from the filtrations. Okay, but for the green approach, why we use EM4, why use additions of molasses, and we try to compare with the expensive one enzyme, we would like to see whether the cheaper ingredient can also outperform the enzyme, and we think it do. So therefore, I would like to recommend more biological approach, but the tendency for biological approach, we need more time, for pre-treatment. Therefore, we need to further investigate, by optimizing actually which time each can produce, or can generate higher bioethanol or biogas productions. I'm more greener approach.
You pro greener approach, Okay, so do you think this method or this approach is applicable for the small farmers? Maybe because they have also like a biomass from their harvesting of the oil palm.
Yeah. I think it is possible with these potentials. However, the problems if we talk about anaerobic digestions, it is applicable, but the problems is we need to ensure that the digestion technology is also available, because at the moment Indonesia mostly focusing on fixed dome, concrete, underground AD system. We need to consider more. But it is potentials for me.
So it's applicable. Yes, it's potential to be applied in the small scale farmers also. Thank you. And then we move to the second question. Ibu Suhartini, is from Hana from Unpad. One of the critical factors affecting the anaerobic digestion is C/N ratio. If we use the OPEFB, should we use the additional nitrogen sources? Listen, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bu Hana. So yes, you are right. That CN ratio is the big one of the operational parameters, important in running any anaerobic digestion system, either in mono or in a co-digestions. Based on our research, we found that CN ratio by calculations from carbon and nitrogen's content, we found that untreated OPFB has roughly around 40 CN ratio. And for the ideal For the ideal AD process, supposed to be 20 to 30. So in this case, yeah, in order to optimize the CN ratio, we can add other substrate, but with much lower CN ratio. We need to add other substrate with lower CN ratio than OPFB. The other way around, if the OPFB contain very low CN ratio, so we need to add other substrate that has higher CN ratio. And then from two substrate with different CN ratio, we can calculate theoretically how much is actually each substrate need to be added if we want to target, for example, CN ratio 30, CN ratio 20. There is a calculation on how we can add a certain substrate, either as using 2, 3, or 4 substrates. We can calculate.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. How about Buhana? Do you sufficient? Satisfied with this answer? You can open your mic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. I will invite the next question if there is some from the audience. Okay. Yeah. So if you predict how long it will be this technology can be implemented in Indonesia.
Which technology?
Yeah.
Anaerobic digestion?
Yeah. This is, yeah.
Okay. So for
you did.
Sorry.
Yeah, several pre-treatment methods you did in the UK.
Oh, okay. Okay. So in terms of the anaerobic digestions, so actually anaerobic digestion is historic technology. Yeah, it's already been generated a long time ago. So it is actually technology with 9 TRL. Yeah, it's already been commercialized. Yeah, utilized, implemented. For example, in the case of United Kingdom here in English, yeah, or Europe, yeah, you can see any anaerobic digestion technology in any farm. Why? Because the government support, yeah, support for the implementations of the technology, the availability of the technology. They get incentive from the government based on how much electricity you generated from the technology. Therefore, it is already widely implemented across the UK, across the Europe. The problems faced by UK and Europe is the use of digestate. The use of digestate of residual organics. We said it can be valorized as biofertilizer. However, this country, they have nitrogen zone, nitrogen vulnerable zone, yeah, in which only a certain amount of nitrogen can be returned back to the land. In Indonesia, unfortunately, yeah, there are still limitations in the implementations. Only big company, yeah, can use the technology because it's quite expensive. At the household scale, yes, they are, but again, due to the technology used, it hinder the performance. We already have small scale biogas system, yeah, at home, which is great. Yeah, I think this technology can be well used up to, I don't know when in the future, because it is a great technology for the household scale technology. I think it is simple, but we need to think about the durability by improving the materials. Yeah.
Okay. So it's really need the support from the government to be implemented, yeah, widely in Indonesia.
Yeah. I think nowadays government also try to integrating biogas as one of the bioenergy resources. Nowadays they talk about bio-CNG, yeah, how to convert biogas to biomethane, bottling biogas, like using LPG. There is potentials, but the technology is quite demanding for bottling the biomethane.
Okay, yeah, we wish the good luck for your research, and hopefully, yeah, it will be.
Yeah, thank you.
in Indonesia soon. Okay. Thank you very much. And once again, I would like to, as the institution, I would like to say thank you for your contribution in our webinar series, in our virtual mobility program.
Yeah, thank you again for, yeah.
I like really to have the further collaboration with you and your institution. Okay. And from our institution, I would like to enhance with you the certificate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Please accept this virtual certificate. Yeah, I will like to send you the the copy of the certificate, and then
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to share our experience in this area.
And really appreciate your contribution here in our webinar session. Okay. And then we find in our end of our session. And then thank you for your attention for all the participants. And then I will say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give it back to the moderator, so MCM.
Thank you very much for Dr. Yuna for being our wonderful moderator in this session.
And thank you very much, Mrs. Sri Suhartini, Ph.D., for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation for the third part.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to give a small souvenir to Dr. Fitri Yuna. To do that, once again, we'd like to invite Dr. Fitri Yuna to present the gift.
Thank you.
So let us take a picture with the e-certificate with Dr. Fitri Yuna. On my count, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much once again to Dr. Fitri Yuna and Mrs. Sri Suhartini, Ph.D.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the second Virtual Mobility Program 2022, we would like to say thank you for your active participation today. Thank you to all the keynote speakers for their amazing presentation and to the moderator for being to moderate today's event.
Now, before we close today's event, let us pray first. Pray based on individual beliefs. Begins. Amen.
Thank you all for the participation, for attending today's event, and for all the speakers and moderator.
Don't forget to attend day 2 of the second Virtual Mobility Program 2022, which is tomorrow.
For day 2, there will be 5 speakers. For the first one, there is Dr. Aida Firdaus. The topic is functional food and its innovative product development process.
For the second speaker, presented by Dr. Lee Soo-yoon, with the topics Biorefinery technology for utilization of carbon waste.
And for the third one is by Professor Didier Dupont. The topic is food structure affects the kinetics of food digestion and the bioavailability of nutrients.
For the fourth one, presented by Mr. Stephen Lee Vincent, PhD, the topic is the different strategies to study modal food digestion, with a word on animal model, main part on vitro methods, and a word on in silico approach.
And for the last part is by Emily DeGlaire, PhD. The topic is protein digestion, nutritional quality of proteins, DIASS/PDAAS, bioactive peptides. Have a nice rest of the day.
My name is Huda.
And I'm Naila.
Your master of ceremony. Allow us to leave the main screen and thank you all for coming here.